違うんだって、だからさ、ツイッター見てる。なんだっけ。
なんだい。
ねえ、むずい。
本当だよ。生きようって。ね。
別にグラグラしてない。はい。
グラグラしてないよ。
ならよし。もっとやってやるよ、じゃあ。
もっとやってやるよ。
当たり前だろ、こんにゃる。僕に喧嘩ってきやがって、こんにゃる。
やろういすぎやろ。どうすりゃいいんだろう。ね、ああ、隙間空いてんじゃん。
わら、急に力。
これでエクスポートしたらどうよ。
よく見ろ。まあ、すぐ終わるんで、準備なんて。ちゃんとやれば。ちゃんとやれば。
ちゃんとやればね。レベル最高度。で、こんな感じでよくなって、そうそう。9入れて、めっちゃ上げて、上げすぎた。いないから。グラフと、だっけ。なんだっけ、これ。ボリューム。トリガーボリュームだな。ボリュームあるでしょ。そしたら、シグナル。ユニティイベント。 どうしていいんだ。 な。ピグマンベロスキー。リニアチェック。ビルトインレベルのこれを参考にすりゃいいんだ。 と、これしかない？これどういうこと？
カスタム VTR をしたら ピンクの状態で。ぼやきすぎ。もう一回言ったら R も聞かなくなった。
どうすりゃいいんだかわかんねえな。マジでマップ作るのむずすぎ。あ、なんか通過してきた。 りあえずあれ見るか、じゃあ。公式のガイド見るか。 どうしよう。どうすりゃいいかな。
Now this series of tutorials is going to teach you everything you need to know for basic level creation, with this first tutorial on how we get started with it. So let's jump right in. Okay, we're going to start on the store page for Human Fall Flat on Steam, and we're going to scroll down on the right hand side and click Visit the Workshop. Then there's a tab for guides in the top right hand corner, and we're going to search for Getting Started. This is a guide made by Mildred Bumble about how we get started with our very first level in Human Fall Flat. And we're going to this guide because it contains some important links that we need to follow to download Unity. This is the first lesson in Human Fall Flat application is that it was made a program called Unity, which we will then use to create more levels of Unity and publish on the workshop. Now the version of Unity that we need is this one right here, 2017.4.13 F1. We're going to click on this link right here, hit the Unity site, and then when it comes up with download in your web browser, just go ahead and hit save, where it will then download the Unity setup which we need to do. Now after it's finished downloading, I'm going to pull it up in my downloads folder, and I'm going to double click on it right here to get started. You have to accept the terms. Next. And if you want to install it somewhere else, you can. I recommend just installing it in the default in program files. Now this bit will take some time, so we're going to jump ahead to when this part finishes. Okay, that part finished. That took about 2 minutes for me. We're just going to hit the finish button with the install there. And now on our desktop, there should be a shortcut to Unity, or you can just search it in the search bar on your computer. So we're going to open it up and we're going to create our project for Human Fall Flat. Now Unity is going to ask you to sign in with your Unity ID. Usually I just sign in with my Google account because it's easier, but I'll meet you on the next step once you've used your information here. Now after you sign in, Unity is going to ask you to accept a few things, and then you can just hit personal. Here we can just select the bottom button, and then next. This is where we're required to fill out. So again, just fill out your information here, and then we jump to the next step after you fill it in. Okay, then after you fill it out, we're going to be able to hit Start Unity. Now the first thing you need to do is to start a new project. So hit new project, and you can name this whatever you want. So I'm going to call mine Human Flat. Sure. The location of this, usually I'll put this somewhere that's easy to find. So I have Human Fall Flat folder here. I'm going to select this as place for my project. Now one thing that is important to have is you need to make sure that the template is set to 3D, not to 2D. So keep it at 3D, and then just hit create project. This may pop up if it's your first time, but you can hit allow access for Unity. Now once Unity comes up, it's going to ask you to install a newer version, but we're going to want to skip this because we have the correct version for Human Fall Flat application right now, and we don't want to mess that up. Now that Unity is open, first thing we're going to do is import the Human Fall Flat workshop package. To do that, we're going to go to Assets, Import Package, Custom Package, and now we're going to have to Welcome to tutorial number 5. This is another one I'm really excited about because we're going to be learning how to do our own custom objects with our own custom colors and how to organize. Tutorial number 5. This is another one I'm really excited about because we're going to be learning how to do our own custom objects with our own custom colors and how to organize them inside of our project files. So let's jump right in. Alright, so I'm back into Unity here, into a scene that should be familiar from the previous tutorials. And I've decided that I want to put, for example, a roof on these pillars, let's say. And in the prefabs included in the human fall flat file, there's no roof. And so I'm going to have to 3D model it on my own. Now, the purpose of this tutorial is not to teach you how to 3D model. I think that there are thousands and thousands of videos on the internet to teach you how to 3D model. What I am going to teach you is how to take 3D models that you've made and incorporate them into your level. And now I'm going to be covering 2 ways to 3D model, and I kind of recommend you learn them both. The first is ProBuilder, which is included in Unity, and the second is Blender, which works for more complicated objects. So since this roof is going to be rather simple, I'm going to use ProBuilder to make it. But if I was going to be working on more objects or more complex objects, I would want to jump to Blender. And again, I recommend just looking on YouTube for tutorial videos on ProBuilder and on Blender 3D modeling. For now, I'm going to jump in and use ProBuilder first. So I'm going to go to Tools, ProBuilder. ProBuilder window, and it opens up this little window for me to work with. You can right click this and you can look at either text or icon mode, but beyond that, just look up some YouTube videos and you can teach yourself to 3D model using this. I'm gonna put a time lapse right after this of me 3D modeling using ProBuilder the roof for these pillars, and then afterwards I'm gonna give you some tips. Alright, so there's the roof that I modeled in ProBuilder. I think it turned out pretty nice. And now I want to make it the same material as these pillars. So clicking on the pillar, I can see that this is lightstone. And so I can come to the all materials search bar here, and I can search lightstone, and it brings the material right up. And it's as simple as click and dragging this material to put it on my ProBuilder object. And now here's a quick ProBuilder tip for free. If I open it back up and I select the faces while holding control, just like this. Oops, not that face. I can now open my materials and I can find any material I want, and maybe this one, put it on there, and it'll only apply to the faces that I've selected. And now I can select the faces with this new material, hit invert selection. Now I'm selecting the rest of it. I can apply my lightstone material. And so you can apply different colors to different faces using ProBuilder. And I think that looks pretty good. And just so you know, ProBuilder objects automatically come with a mesh collider, so you don't have to mess with the colliders for ProBuilder objects. Here's one tip that you need to know, however. I'm going to make a cube in ProBuilder, just a generic cube. And now, if I want my character to be able to interact with this cube, I cannot leave it like this. We know I need to make it a convex collider. However, you do need to change it from detail to mover for any ProBuilder object that you want to be able to move. If it stays on detail, it's not going to work. It's not going to have good physics while it moves. So that's the ProBuilder tip that took me a little bit of time to figure out. Make sure you select a mover there. My last ProBuilder tip is that you really shouldn't use it for everything. It's convenient and it's simple, so it's good for simple shapes. However, it's not very optimized. So if your whole entire level is made out of ProBuilder, then your frame rate will be slower, especially if you have really complex shapes. For modeling more complex shapes, you really want to get into Blender. Which brings me to the second method of 3D modeling I'm going to cover, which is using the free program Blender. And again, I'm not going to teach you how to 3D model using Blender because there's already thousands of tutorials on the internet on how to do that. But I'm going to teach you the specifics of what you need to know to make objects in Blender and then put them into Unity to use inside of your human fall flat levels. So let's jump into Blender and I'll show you what I mean. Alright, so here's the Blender layout. It's a super great program for 3D modeling. So when you're looking up tutorials, focus on the 3D modeling tutorials because none of the lighting or the texturing that Blender can do is going to matter. It's only the 3D modeling and like the sculpting mechanics that's really going to help you out here. So this is what it starts out as. You have a default cube and you have a light and you have a camera. Immediately delete the light and the camera, you don't need it. And you can start 3D modeling with a cube if you want. If not, you can just delete that as well. And so I'm going to hurry and 3D model a hammer, which I'm going to then put into my human fall flat level. And again, I'm just going to do that in a time lapse for you. Alright, so here's my hammer that I 3D modeled in Blender. And something to note, I know that my mesh colliders can only be convex shapes. And so if this was all just one object inside of Blender, my mesh collider would have weird triangles coming here off the handle, and it wouldn't interact right with the player's hands. So I made this bottom part of the hammer one object, and then the handle one object. That way the mesh colliders work correctly. And here, I'll have a second hammer here, where it's all one object, just so I can show you why I split into 2 objects. Now, to put this into Unity, you're going to need to export the file to an FBX file. And before I do that, I'm going to want to make sure that I have a place to export this file to. So I'm going to open up my human fall flat folder, and I'm going to make a new folder that's called Blender Assets. or you can name whatever you want. This is just what I've named mine. And now I have a place to save the objects that I make for Human Fall Flat inside of Blender. And I'm just going to copy this file destination, and I'm going to go to File, Export, FBX, and for where it exports, I can just paste my destination right there and hit enter, and then open up the Blender Assets folder, and now I'll be saving it in that place. Now when you're exporting as an FBX, just make sure you uncheck the Apply Unit, and you check the Apply Transform checkboxes here in the Blender export settings. And then you can name your object right here. So I'm going to name this hammer, I'm going to click Export FBX. Now I'm going to jump back to Unity, and I need a place inside of my project files here in Unity to keep my Blender assets. And so what I'm going to do is inside of the assets folder, I'm going to right click, I'm going to say create folder. I'm going to start it with 2 A's just so that it shows up at the beginning. I'm going to name this Tyler's Stuff. Easy as that. So now I have a place for all of my custom stuff here inside of Unity. And inside of this folder, I'm going to create another folder that's just going to be Blender Assets. So this is where I'm going to put all of the FBX files that I pull from Blender. So I'm going to open up this folder, and then I'm going to open up my Blender Assets folder, and I've got my hammer here, the 3D object. So I'm going to click, and I'm going to drag and put this inside of my Blender Assets folder inside of Unity. I can close that now. And then it's as simple as clicking and dragging and putting it right inside of Unity. So here's the objects I made. This is too big, I'm going to scale it down a bit. And I will show you real quick why I made the 2 separate objects for the hammerhead and for the handle. So this is the one that I made one object. And so when I give it a mesh collider and tell it it's convex, you can see the mesh collider fills in all the empty gaps there. Not what I want. What I would rather have is a mesh collider on both of those objects. You see I selected both of them and I added the collider to both in just one step. And then hitting the convex button, you can see the collider is just how I would want it to be. So I'm going to delete this one. And now this is my hammer. And I can call this one hammerhead and this one hammer handle, just so that I know. And for this object, because I want it to have physics, I'm going to give it a rigid body. And you can see I gave the rigid body to the parent of these, not to each one individually. Because if I was to give them each a rigid body individually, they'd each have their own physics. I don't want that. I want them to be working together as one object. So I gave the rigid body to the parent object. I'm going to set the mass to 25. I'm going to leave the other ones alone. And then because it's a rigid body, I need to give it a net body script so that it works in multiplayer. I'm going to adjust my spawn point real quick so that we can see if this works. And I'm going to test it out real quick. All right, let's see how this works. Okay, sweet. I have a hammer now, just like I made inside of Blender. And texturing, again, works just the same. Now, one thing, Blender has some really advanced texturing and lighting options, but I wouldn't bother texturing any of your objects inside of Blender because as soon as you put them into Unity, it's going to look different. And not super different, but different enough where you're probably going to have to redo it inside of Unity anyway. So everything I export from Blender, I leave just plain materials, and then I select my materials here to put onto my hammer. Now, I want this handle to all be one object, and I want this hammer head to all be one object, but I would like different colors on it, kind of like I did with my probe builder object. And so even though I don't want to do all my texturing and applying the materials inside of Blender, I still want to separate my colors inside of Blender. And I'll hop back over to Blender and I'll show you what that means. All right, so this hammerhead, which contains the 2 different shapes that I want to have 2 different colors, I can come to my material properties here, and I can say new material, and I can make the base color white. Then I'm going to add another material to this, and I'm going to say new again. I'm going to make this one black on the base color and on the subsurface color, just to make it really distinguishable. And I can select, using the face select here inside of edit mode, all of the faces that I want to be a different color. And by selecting the black, I can assign this here. And now those faces are going to be black here inside of Blender. And I can do the same thing with the handle. All of the faces that I want to be a different color, I can come over to my material properties, I can give it a new material, and then I can just select the material here. And for the handle, assign a different material to it. So the point is, you're not really caring what the colors are here in Blender. You're just getting different colors on the different parts that you want to be different colors as soon as you put it into Unity. And so I'm going to re-export this, and I'm going to leave the name the same. And so it's going to just replace the file that I had before. I'm going to come back into Unity, delete the hammer that I had, and then go back to my Blender Assets folder, drag it in, delete my old hammer. And now I have an object with differentiated colors here. And so coming to my materials, I can now apply what I want to the hammer head, to the base part, to the handle, and to the second handle. There, I mean, that looks pretty good to me. Now, what if I want to make my own colors and my own custom materials to put on this hammer? I will show you that right now. I'm going to come back to my folder, and I'm going to create a new folder just to keep myself organized called materials. These will be my custom materials that I've made. And inside of this folder, I can just right click and say create material, and this will be my own custom material, whatever I want it to be. And I'm just going to call this one hammerhead. And clicking on it, I can change the color of the material here. Let's say a gray. And then I can click and drag, and I can apply it to my hammer. And then I can edit my material, and it updates live on the objects that I put it on. So I think it looks a little bit better like that, but I want it shinier. So I'm going to turn up the metallic, and now it's going to get little highlights from the lighting there. Turning it up all the way usually doesn't look as good, and so I'm gonna turn it down there. And then you can adjust the smoothness as well. You can kind of see the effect the smoothness in the metallic has in the little preview of the object there. Great, that looks good for my hammerhead. And then if I want to have a material very similar to this, I can just right click on it up here and say create material preset, and it'll duplicate it inside of my folder with a 1 next to it, or a 2 if you've already done it. So now I have basically a copy where I can make it a little bit darker and then apply it to that bit, and why not to that bit as well. And so that's pretty much how you make your own custom materials. If you want a material that glows, let's say for example I want my hammer to glow yellow, I'm gonna make a new material. If I check the emission box, I can change the color of the emission to whatever I want and apply it to my object. And now when I'm not in play mode, this emission doesn't render completely. It's not as bright as it's gonna be. And so I'm gonna hop into play mode, and we're gonna see that the objects that glow, they glow a lot more when you're actually testing the level or playing the game, as you can see right there. And if I turn up the emission, I can turn it up to 2 or to 3. Objects can get really bright depending on how much you turn up the emission on them. And one note, when you're editing a material like this, it saves those changes when you exit play mode. So you can see it's still 3 here, but because I'm not testing, the full emission doesn't render into my scene like it did before. Now I'm going to jump back into Blender real quick to show you a trick that has helped me a ton after I learned it. Human fall flat is low poly, it means low polygon. And so if you have a lot of different corners and faces and triangles on your shapes, it's going to really slow down your game. So this is a rock, just a very simple rock that I very quickly modeled here in Blender. And you can see if I open up the vertices, there are a lot of corners on this object, and so it'll really slow down my game if I have a lot of these. And so one of the tools that I've come to really appreciate is the decimate tool. So I'm going to click on this wrench, add a modifier, and say decimate. And then I can play with this ratio right here. And by turning it down, you can see that I just eliminated 95% of the corners of this object, and it looks a lot more low poly. It fits into the style of Human Fall Flat a lot more just by decimating it quite a lot. So I can turn it down that much, and it keeps the same shape of my object that it had before, but now it looks a lot more Human Fall Flat. So before I export, I'm just going to apply that modifier, and then I can export it just like I did before, and I'm going to call it rock. And now it's in my Human Fall Flat Blender assets folder. All right, so for your benefit, I'm going to 3D model something one more time in Blender, a little bit more complicated than the hammer this time. I'm going to show you the process of getting it to work inside of my Human Fall Flat level. Alright, so I just 3D modeled this little scene inside of Blender, and you can see I didn't bother to get any of the materials right. I just got the colors separated on the objects so that I will be able to color them differently inside of Unity later. So I'm going to again, File, Export, FBX. I'm going to name this 2 Island Scene. These are still correct, and I'm just going to export it to my Blender Assets file. And then I'm going to grab my Blender Assets folder, pull in my 2 Island Scene, and now I can just place that inside of my scene here in Unity. It's a little bit bigger than I thought it'd be, so I'm going to shrink it down a bit. And now the reason why I made a little bit more complicated of a scene inside of Blender is because I want to show you how I approach integrating this into my level. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to organize my objects here, because if I open this file, you can see random objects with seemingly random names. So I'm going to grab this one, because I know that's my second island. I'm going to call this Island 2, and this is my first island, so I'm going to call this Island 1. And then this is my platform 2. There, so now everything's got its own label here. And I want to organize this even further a little bit. So I'm going to click on my 2 Island Scene. I'm going to create an empty object. I'm going to call this Island 1. And I'm going to put all of my Island 1 objects inside of this object, just like that. And then I'm going to make my Island 2, oops, create empty. I'm going to create my Island 2 object, and I'm going to put all of my Island 2 objects inside of that, just to keep it better organized so I can move them how I want. Now here on Island 1, I'm going to subdivide it even further a little bit. I'm going to make an empty object. I'm going to call it tree. So I can put my tree top and my tree trunk both inside that tree object. So I can move around my tree if I want, and I can copy and I can paste it just like that, if I so choose. I'm going to hold off because I've not colored it yet. Okay, so I've got my objects organized how I want. Now they don't look at all like I want them to. So I'm just going to create my own materials for each one. And I'm going to call this first one, why don't I just call it tree top? And then I can make it green. something like that. I'm going to turn down the smoothness, make it a little bit more matte, something like that. That'll look good. Oop, that's way too bright. There, that's a good tree top. And now I can make a tree trunk. I can apply that to the tree trunk, and I can customize the color here too. Something like, sure, something like that looks like a pretty good tree trunk. And I'm just gonna repeat that process for all of the materials that I want to apply to these Blender assets that I made. So I'll just fast forward through that for you. All right, so this time I decided to make a custom material for everything. You don't always need to do that because there are so many materials to choose from here, but sometimes I like to just make my own to make sure it looks right. So I got the grass, the 2 types of stone, I got 2 types of dirt to kind of add layers to these islands. Now everything is colored right, and I have to add a collider to everything. So for just about all of this, I'm going to want a mesh collider. So what I can do is I can select the platform, the bridge, the island, the rock, the treetop, the tree trunk, and I can just select every single object like that. And I can click add component, mesh collider, and now everything has a collider that needs it. You can see it added to each one individually, and that's all I have to do to make sure stuff can have physics to it. This bridge, because I want it to be able to move, I can check convex on that collider, then add a rigid body. I'm going to set it to 45, and then add a net body because it's a rigid body, and this should be ready to go. Okay, sweet. You can see I interacted with it because I added a mesh collider. And this bridge, let's see if I can get it to work. I think this scene is working pretty much just like I want it to. Now I want to save this tree as a prefab so that I can use it later without having to come back and copy this specific tree. And so I'm going to show you real quick what's going to happen if I just take it how it is, like this. This object, it's big, and as you can see, it spawns way above where I want it to. So that wasn't the correct way to make this prefab. And really what I should have done is when I made the blank object for the tree top and the tree trunk to go into, I shouldn't have made it inside the island, because you can see my tree object was actually down there. That's what screwed up my prefab. What I should have done is I should have started at the tree trunk and say create empty, put this object back into island 1, and then take the tree top and the tree trunk and put it into this game object, and then name this one tree, because now if I make a prefab out of this, it will be spawning it right at my mouse instead of way above. The parent object, you always want it to be at the center of the objects it contains. So this empty tree object, I want it to be at the center of the tree trunk and the tree top. And now I can do the same for Island 1 and Island 2 if I want. So if I want to reuse this in my level, I can just place this however I want. And you can see it does spawn it bigger than I had before. That's just simply because this 2-island scene, I've shrunk down to 0.4. And so when I take an object out of that, it's going to be a little bit bigger because it's not shrunk anymore. And so you can play around with the scales however you want when it comes to making your prefabs like that. So that wraps up tutorial number 5. Learning how to 3D model using either ProBuilder or Blender, Blender is what I really recommend, can be extremely beneficial to your level making. And so I really recommend that you go out and watch a lot of tutorials online, for Blender especially, to learn how to make these custom objects on your own, and then your capability to build levels will just explode. Next tutorial, we're going to start going over joints, which are a lot of fun, so I'm really excited for that one. So stay tuned. Welcome to tutorial number 6. This is another one I've been really excited about because I'm going to introduce you to some joints, specifically the hinge joint, the fixed joint, and the linear joint. These are a lot of fun, so let's jump right in. Welcome to tutorial number 6. This is another one I've been really excited about because I'm going to introduce you to some joints, specifically the hinge joint, the fixed joint, and the linear joint. These are a lot of fun, so let's jump right in. Welcome to tutorial number 10. Unfortunately, it's our last tutorial in the series. So I'm going to take the time today to go over my final tips and tricks and just the final things you need to know to get going on your level creating. So let's jump right in. Alright, so the contents of this tutorial are going to somewhat be in kind of a random order with little connection between them, but I'm going to really try to go over everything that I think you should know. And the first thing we're going to go over are net scenes. I just placed a ton of crates in my island level, and you can see having this many rigid bodies and this many net bodies can be a lot of fun in your level. But when I look in my console, I get this error, net scope level, net IDs equals 0, might produce a data pack larger than 1200 bytes, which could fail to send on some platforms. Estimated worst case scenario of the scope is 5,316 bytes. Maximum safe limit is 1,193 bytes. So that's kind of computer jargon, but what it means is there are too many net bodies and it's going to break in multiplayer. So even though I have a net body on each one of these crates, in multiplayer, only the host will see them moving. Now, the easiest way to fix this is just delete a lot of these net bodies, a lot of these rigid body objects, until I don't get this error anymore. But that's not always what we want to do. And a net scene can fix this scenario. So right now, by default, we only have one net scene in our level, and it's included in the level object by default, this net scene object right here. And each net scene can contain this 1,193 bytes. Not really important what that means to us. What is important is that there's too many net bodies inside this one net scene right now. So what we're going to have to do is make multiple net scenes for this level to get the rigid bodies working in multiplayer. So what I'm going to do is inside the level object, I'm going to right click, create an empty, and I'm going to call this net scene 0. And then I'm going to give this the net scene component, just like that. And now that is going to replace this net scene. So I'm going to delete the net scene inside of the level object, and I'm going to duplicate this net scene 3 times. So I have net scene 0, net scene 1, and net scene 2. And important, I need to come in here and change the number of these net scenes. So 0 is already 0. 1, I'm going to change the net ID to 1. And net scene 2, I'm going to change the net ID to 2. Okay, so now I have my 3 net scenes inside of my level, and everything needs to go inside of these net scene objects. So I'm going to put the first third of my level in net scene 0, the second third of my level in net scene 1, and the last third of my level in net scene 2. Now, the issue with this is all of my rigid bodies, all of these piles of crates, are still all in the same net scene. So when I go into play mode, I'm still getting the same error that net scene 2 has too many bytes in it. It's too many rigid bodies again. So what I need to do is I need to split my rigid bodies in between the net scenes. So I'm going to put the first pile of crates in net scene 0 and the second pile of crates into net scene 1. And now, because I still have too many crates, you can see I'm actually getting the net scene error in each one of my net scenes. I just have too many rigid bodies at this point. And so this brings up an important point. I would never really recommend having more than 3 or 4 net scenes, just because rigid bodies are the things in your levels that take the most computing power, and so they will make your level go really slow in the game. And so at this point, when I have my crates already split between 3 net scenes and they're still causing errors, I'm probably just going to delete some of my crates. So I'm going to just come in and I'm going to delete the top 2 rows of my crates, and I'm going to see if that stops the errors. Which it does, and it looks like there's not any of the red errors anymore except for the scene contains wrong net scene IDs. So right now, because I split my crates in between 3 different net scenes, I can have more rigid bodies, and they're all going to work in multiplayer now. But if all of these were in the same net scene, like that, I would still be getting my error right here saying this net scene has too many rigid bodies in it. So moral of the story here is you just need to split up your net bodies into different net scenes. And again, sometimes when you get too many net scenes with too many rigid bodies, even if you have it organized correctly into these net scenes, it'll just stop working anyway because there's just too much going on. And so I would really recommend trying to keep your rigid bodies somewhat limited in your levels to prevent any kind of these multiplayer errors. Now, just for your information, each one of these crates, inside of their net identity script, they have a scene ID. And some of these numbers, when you're copying and pasting objects, they'll get kind of messed up. And that's why you get this scene contains wrong net scene IDs error. Luckily, the fix for it is super easy. All you have to do is export your level, and all of those numbers will fix themselves during the export process. There, we can see after I exported it and hit play mode, that error is no longer in my game, which is really nice. Now, it's really important to pay attention to your console because there will be some important errors here that you have to fix, such as the net scene error. However, this don't destroy on load, that's always there. Nothing you need to do about that, it's fine. This one, you are trying to create a mono behavior using the new keyword. Again, it's always there, nothing you have to do. This one, null reference exception, something about the menu camera effects. Again, it shows up sometimes when you exit play mode, and there's nothing you need to do there with that one. The white ones almost never matter. The ones you need to pay attention to are the red exclamation points that pop up. Those errors, when you see them, will be something that you usually need to fix. The next thing that I want to show you are net signals. So I'm going to jump back to this node graph that we made with the door. Signal Unity events do not sync over multiplayer. However, opening the door using a Signal Unity event, this will sync because the door has a net body on it. And so whatever the cause of the door moving, the door's physical position in the level, that will work in multiplayer, regardless of any net signals. However, the light turning on and the sound happening, those are things that you need a net signal for. So it's really an easy fix. In this node graph, click Quick Add Node, and then select Net Signal. And with Live Update turned on, you now have this net signal node. And you can really put this anywhere in your graph, whether it's right after the input or right after the signal producer or right before the signal receiver. Just try to get as few of them as possible while making everything sync in your graph that needs to. So in this situation, I'm going to put my net signal right here, and it's going to turn the light off just like that. And I'm going to grab another net signal like this, and I'm going to put it on the input for light on, just like that. Now, opening the door and closing the door, those don't need net signals because, again, the door's position is going to sync because of the net body on the door. This, turning the light on, turning the light off, and the sound need the net signal to make sure it syncs in multiplayer so that everybody can experience the sound and the light from this node graph. So if you're play testing your level in multiplayer and you have your friend host it and you're seeing not everything you expect to happen in the level is happening for you, check to see if you need to put any of these net signals before your signal receivers in your node graph. And since we're on the node graph, there is one node which is a little bit glitchy that you should be aware of. If you click Quick Add Node and then Signal Toggle, it will kind of break your node graph a little bit. Some things will just go wrong. And so what you need to do is find the object that has the node graph where the signal toggle got added, and you just need to remove that component. It can cause some issues sometimes. Moving on, another little trick that I use all the time is I come to my prefabs and I search for human, and I grab this little guy and I put him somewhere in my level. And I'll delete him before I export, but I use him all the time to gauge size because sometimes it's really hard to tell how big or how small these things are in my level. By placing this little guy, I can see exactly how big or how small the door I'm making is going to be when it gets exported to the game. Next tip, you can play around with these windows and make them any size or shape that you want. Like sometimes, for example, I take my scene and I pull it out like this, and now my scene is a free-floating window. And I have two monitors on my computer, so sometimes it's really handy to put this scene view on my second monitor. You just imagine that right side of my screen is my second monitor right now. And that way I can have this open still, and I can have a bird's eye view while I'm in play mode. So I can have the view of my character in play mode, and I can also have the view from my scene on my second monitor of what's going on from above. And so that helps me test out my level in play mode quite a lot. I do the same thing with my node graph. If I want my node window to be big, I'll drag it like this and get a second window, which I can fill my entire second monitor with my node graph like this. Or I can take my scene view and I can split this window like this, where the top of it's the scene and the bottom of it's the node window. Or sometimes if I'm working with something complicated, I'll add a tab somewhere and I'll actually have two scene views open at the same time, just in case I need to see multiple things at the same time while I'm working with it. Like if this one, I'll make a top-down view like that, so that when I'm moving stuff around, I can see both what I'm doing in this perspective and where it's going on the top-down view. All right, next tip. Sometimes I want to open my Human Fall Flat game to test the level I've exported after I've been working in Unity. But when I go to Steam and I click on Human Fall Flat, it says it's already running. And so I can't open my game right now. It does this because I've tested my level in Unity, and so it thinks Unity is Human Fall Flat, and I can't open my game now. All I have to do is close Unity. So I'm gonna Control S, make sure I've saved, and I'm gonna close Unity, save again, and now Human Fall Flat will let me play it. A little tip here, if you've opened up Human Fall Flat before you test anything in Unity, you can have the game open and Unity open at the same time. You just have to have opened the game first. All right, next tip. In the last tutorial and in this tutorial, we've talked about how important play testing your level in multiplayer is. And sometimes it can be really hard to find someone to host your level for you so you can test to make sure all your net scenes, net bodies, and net signals are working correctly. And the easiest way I've found to get someone to test my level is in the game, I go and I find what online games are playing right now, and I'll find a lobby with no more than like 2 players usually. And I'll connect to their game, and I'll strike up a little friendly conversation with them by talking with them in chat. I'll ask them something like, hey, I just made a new level. Would you mind testing it with me? And almost always, I mean, the community is so nice, they're gonna say yes. I mean, sometimes it takes 2 or 3 tries for me to find a group of players who's willing to test my level with me. And as you can see, first try this time, I got a group who's willing to test the level with me. and I would just ask them to host the level that I made so that I can play with them and see if all of my net signals, net bodies, net scenes are working correctly. And it's also really nice just to watch them play your level. That way you can see if they're having as much fun as you thought they would and what you can change to make them have more fun. My next tip is that there's a console inside of the Human Fall Flat game which you can use while testing the levels that you've exported. You can access it by hitting the little tilde key above the tab key on your keyboard. It's that little squiggle. And inside of it, you can see in red, it shows up all the errors that would show up in your console inside of Unity. So while you're testing your levels, really be sure just to open up this console to see if any errors are happening before you hit that final publish button. The other thing your console is really useful for is if I type in C space 0, it will load me to the spawn point of the level. And let's say I wanted to jump straight to the third checkpoint. I can go C space 3 inside of my console, and it'll jump me to the third checkpoint in my level. So this is really nice where if you want to test your level that you've exported to the game, you don't have to play through the whole thing every time. You can use the console to jump to the specific checkpoint that you want to test. So that's super handy. My next tip is that learning how to cannibalize prefabs can save you a lot of work as well. To show you what I mean, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna get the crane prefab. Now this prefab, it has this rope object, and I want that part in my level, but I don't want this whole crane because the crane is not going to fit this at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this and see, okay, I have my crane ball object, the rope target, which I'm guessing is going to be part of what I need. These two really are what's making up the portion of this prefab that I really want to steal. So I'm going to exit play mode. I'm going to take these two portions of the prefab, I'm going to put it inside of my level, just like that. And then I'm going to delete the rest of that prefab. So I've essentially just stolen this small part of it. And you can see in play mode, I now have a wrecking ball and a rope in my level. And I can now take these and I can place them wherever I want. And so I just saved myself a lot of time by taking that right off the prefab. And now I can play around with this to see exactly how it was made and what it does. So the rope target, it looks like it's just a blank empty object. And inside the crane ball, we have a collider, we have some components here. And then inside of it, we have a rope object, which has a rope component. And so looking at this, I can kind of see if there's anything I want to play with. Like right now, it's the start body is this crane ball. If I wanted to change out the ball to something else on the end of the rope, I could probably put a rigid body right there and switch it into this spot. And then I have all these options for the rope that I can change. And so I'm learning a lot about the rope by doing this, and I'll save myself a lot of time by not having to do it on my own. And I can even change the color of the rope if I want by taking my own rope material and dragging it onto that object, just like that, which will make the rope the color I want instead of the red, which doesn't really fit into my level. So learning how to cannibalize prefabs and change them to what you want saves you a lot of time. And honestly, most of what I've learned in this game of how I create levels, I learned by doing this quite a lot. And many of the puzzles and objects in my levels are made just from cannibalized parts of different prefabs that I've put together. My next tip is about the Unity Asset Store. So it's this tab right here. If you've accidentally closed this tab, you can say Window, Layouts, Default, and it'll give you the Asset Store right here again. And in the Asset Store, you can search for anything that people have published on this store. I use it all the time for skyboxes. So by searching skyboxes, I can see all of these different skyboxes that people have published on the asset store. And the thing you'll notice is most of them cost money. So what you can do is on this pricing window right here, you can reduce the maximum price to $0, and then it'll only show you the free options. I use skyboxes from here all the time. For example, this Milky Way skybox, I can click on, and if I really want it, it's free. I can hit download and then import again. And now this shows up in my assets folder as whatever it was called when I imported it. And so back in my scene, I can go to Window, Lighting, Settings, and I can click here to change the skybox. I'm looking for Milky Way, which is my new skybox I just downloaded. And we can see I now have this fancy new space skybox. This doesn't fit my level, so I'm probably gonna undo that. But the point is, you can use this asset store to find skyboxes, to find material packs. It's really nice, such as all of these kinds of materials that you can download. And by using the Unity store to find free assets, you can save yourself a ton of time finding skyboxes, materials, even simple like low poly objects that you can put into your level. There's plenty of free assets on here, especially for what we're going to use it for. My last tip is to not be afraid to publish short levels. It's really important that you have energy for what you're making. This level, for example, I thought was gonna be super cool, and I think it did end up really cool. It's this time control kind of level, but the problem is that it ended up being super complicated, like ridiculously complicated. I did not end up having as good of a time as I thought I would making this level. And so I published it really short. It only takes like 2 minutes, 3 minutes to finish. And even though I got a really good response, I don't have the energy or the motivation to come back and to finish it or to make it any longer. So what I guess I'm trying to say is you shouldn't force yourself to do anything you don't want to, because the whole point of what we're doing here is to have a good time creating levels and to create levels that other people are going to enjoy. And so don't force yourself to do anything. Just like this, I've gotten multiple requests to come back and to make this level longer, but honestly, I just don't feel like it, so I'm not going to. Make sure you're having a good time making your levels. And whatever you enjoy making, focus on that. Just don't be afraid to publish what you have and let it be. And by all means, if you have worked on something, even if it's not completely finished, slap a quick ending onto it and publish it, because I feel like people lose a lot of motivation if they spend a lot of time working on something and they don't end up publishing it. Just like I did here, make it into a short level. People will enjoy it for what it is. Focus on what you will enjoy doing the most. So that wraps up tutorial number 10, which is the last tutorial in this series. That does not mean that I'm done. I'm going to be still doing a lot of new content for new creators. I'm looking into doing more tutorials, more streams, and just keep checking the Human Fall Flat, the Curve Digital media channels, and whatever I end up doing in the future will be promoted there. I've had a great time making these, and I'm really excited to see what you all make. So my last request, if you make something cool, tweet it at me, tweet it at Human Fall Flat, or post it on the Discord. I'm really curious to see what everyone makes. So happy creating.
助けて。どうしました？照明がない建物なのに真っ暗にならない。見えちゃう。なんでです、わい。おい。
言えるぐらいの確率で、にプロフィルダーを教えてくれ。そういう広いとこでやろう。 うん。お、ああ、残りだから六角形。うん。20年体。うん。こんなんでもあるね。あ、中旬。難しい。
Welcome to tutorial number 5. This is another one I'm really excited about because we're going to be learning how to do our own custom objects with our own custom colors and how to organize them inside of our project files. So let's jump right in. Alright, so I'm back into Unity here, into a scene that should be familiar from the previous tutorials. And I've decided that I want to put, for example, a roof on these pillars, let's say. And in the prefabs included in the human fall flat file, there's no roof. And so I'm going to have to 3D model it on my own. Now, the purpose of this tutorial is not to teach you how to 3D model. I think that there are thousands and thousands of videos on the internet to teach you how to 3D model. What I am going to teach you is how to take 3D models that you've made and incorporate them into your level. And now I'm going to be covering 2 ways to 3D model, and I kind of recommend you learn them both. The first is ProBuilder, which is included in Unity, and the second is Blender, which works for more complicated objects. So since this roof is going to be rather simple, I'm going to use ProBuilder to make it. But if I was going to be working on more objects or more complex objects, I would want to jump to Blender. And again, I recommend just looking on YouTube for tutorial videos on ProBuilder and on Blender 3D modeling. For now, I'm going to jump in and use ProBuilder first. So I'm going to go to Tools, ProBuilder, ProBuilder window, and it opens up this little window for me to work with. You can right-click this, and you can look at either text or icon mode, but beyond that, just look up some YouTube videos, and you can teach yourself to 3D model using this. I'm going to put a time lapse right after this of me 3D modeling using ProBuilder, the roof for these pillars, and then afterwards I'm going to give you some tips.
360にすれば1回転すると。
Alright, so there's the roof that I modeled in ProBuilder. I think it turned out pretty nice. And now, I want to make it the same material as these pillars. So clicking on the pillar, I can see that this is lightstone. And so I can come to the All Materials search bar here, and I can search lightstone, and it brings the material right up. And it's as simple as click and dragging this material to put on my ProBuilder object. And now, here's a quick ProBuilder tip for free. If I open it back up, and I select the faces, while holding control, just like this. Oops, not that face. I can now open my materials and I can find any material I want. And maybe this one. Put it on.
どうも、ひろはすです。今回のテーマは、じゃあ、Unity 公式のモデリングツール、プロビルダー入門ということで、プロビルダーというツール、ご存知でしょうか？こんな感じの、基本的には背景とかを作るためのモデリングツールなんですけど、以前は他社製のプラグインだったんですけど、途中で Unity が買収しまして、公式のツールになったんですね。で、こんな感じで基本的なモデリング機能がついてるんですね。で、それが全部、Unity 上で完結するので、いちいちブレンダーとかソフトを移動しなくていいので、ちょっとした小物とかだったら、こっちで使う方が早かったりするんですね。なので、今回この簡単な宝箱を作りながら、プロビルダーの基本的な使い方を解説していきたいと思います。それでは本日もよろしくお願いします。はい、ということで、まずはインストール方法からですね。Windows のパッケージマネージャー開いていただいて、で、このパッケージマネージャー左上のメニューを Unity レジストリしていただいて、こうすると Unity の公式の機能が出てくるんですけど、この中でプロビルダーを選ぶんですが、たくさん検索のところにプロって入れていただくと、こんな感じで出てくるんで、プロビルダー選んでいただいて、新しいやつ使っていただく。今だと 5.0.3 ですかね。で、これをこちらですね、インストール。で、インストール終わったらパッケージマネージャー閉じていただいて、ここですね、プロジェクトのパッケージの中にプロビルダーっていうのが入ってればインストール成功してますね。で、始め方なんですが、このツールの中にプロビルダーっていうのがあるんで、プロビルダーウィンドウっていうのを選びます。すると、こういうプロビルダーのメニューが出てくるんで、これちょっとこの辺にくっつけておきましょうね。これでモデリングの準備は完了ですね。で、とりあえずプリミティブ出して、その焦点を編集して自分の好きなモデル作っていくんですけど、なのでこの辺りですね、ニューシェイプっていうのを選んでいただくと、いろんな形があるんで、ここでね、こうやって、こんな感じで、プリミティブをね、作っていくわけですよ。で、プリミティブ作ったら、ここですね、この選択モードなんですけど、これがオブジェクト全体を選ぶ。これが頂点ですね。頂点を選んで、こうやって動かしたりできるんですね。で、これはエッジですね。選んで動かしたりできると。でね、形状を変える。じゃあ、フェイスですね。フェイスはこんな感じで、ポリゴンを選んで動かすんですね。こうやって形状を変えていくと。で、好きな形状に変えていくんですね。で、今回宝箱を作っていくので、キューブとシリンダーを作っていきたいと思います。で、最初からやりますね。まずはキューブですね。キューブとりあえず適当に作ったら、ここにサイズあるんで、で、Y が出てるかな。この1って1メートルなんで、それを理解しておくと作りやすいと思います。で、宝箱の下部分はこれで完成ですね。1もリセットしておく。で、次にシリンダーですね。宝箱の上部分を作りたいと思います。とりあえず適当に作っていただいて、サイズですね。で、ここですね、サイドカウント。ここでどのぐらいこのポリゴンを丸くするかっていうのを選べるわけですね。今回12ぐらいにしとこうかな。で、半分いらないんで、選んでデリートを押せば消せるんで。こんな感じで半分しかないっていう状態にしましょう。で、今なんですが、これね、中心がこんなところにあるんですね。なので、こう回したりしたときにこんな感じで回っちゃうんですね。なので、中心をここに持っていきたいと思います。で、誰かというと、メニューにですね、セットピボットってやつがあるんで、これを押していただくと、これですね、オブジェクトセンターのとここにですね、ちょっと位置をリセットしてですね、さっきのキューブもここに来ちゃってるんで、キューブは一番下の中心にピボットを設定しましょうね。これね、0を押せばここにいますね。で、上の部分に持っていきたいんで、回転させて、こんな感じですかね。で、ここに中心点があると、回転したときに、宝箱を開けれるので、上の部分はこれですね、宝箱のつなぎ目に中心点を持っていくと。で、今ですね、ここがね、蓋の部分がポリゴンがないんで、ここにポリゴンを貼りたいと思います。この空いてるところのエッジ、どれか1個でいいんで選んでいただいて、ビルホールっていうね、穴を埋めるっていう機能があるんで、これを押していただくと、ポリゴンの穴が埋まるんですね。ただこれ今、多角形になっちゃってですね、周り四角形以上のポリゴンって表示したときにバグることがあるんで、あんま良くないんです。なので、こことここのエッジはつなげたいので、ここのフェイス選んでいただいて、これですね、トライアンギュレートフェイス。三角形化するってことですね。押すと、こんな感じで、ここがね、三角形になったので、バグらなくなるんですね。で、モデルできたんで、今度はテクスチャー貼っていきましょう。テクスチャーなんですが、こちら以前作った宝箱のテクスチャーあるんで、こちら使いたいと思います。概要欄にダウンロード先書いておくんで、自由に使っていただければと。文字だけも放棄するので、ご自由に改変したりとか使っていただければ。PC ファイルで上がってるんで、テクスチャーの書き方の参考にもなると思います。 で、マテリアルですね。まずマテリアルを作って、で、アルベドにさっきのテクスチャありますね。これで宝物のマテリアルできたので、モデルにマテリアルを貼っていく。で、マテリアル変える場合なんですが、モデル選んで、これですね、マテリアルエディターを選ぶと、なんか出てくるんですけど、今ね、デフォルトでこのプロビルダーデフォルト、グリッドのテクスチャが貼られてるんですけど、ここですね、マテリアルなしになってるのが宝物に変えて、アップライトしていければ、宝物のテクスチャになるんで、両方とも宝物に変えます。で、今この状態だと適当に貼られてるんで、UV を調整していきます。UV はこちらですね。UV エディターがあるんで、これ押すと、こんな感じで UV が出てるんで、フェイスで選んで、で、ここですね、ここが側面なんで、側面に合わせていきます。こんな感じですね。反対側も合わせていきましょう。ちょっと見にくいんで、ライト追加します。中身のテクスチャー、この辺の黒いところ使っています。で、上ですね、下部分も合わせていきたいと思います。今ちょっとこの回そうとしたら、全部バラバラに回っちゃってるんですけど、これね、UV がくっついてないからなんですね。なので、このグループセレクテッドフェイスを押すと、これがグループ化されるので、一緒に回ってくれるかなという感じですね。こちらも回すと、バラけちゃうので、グループ化して回す。で、この蓋の部分なんですけど、このバラバラになってるんですね、今。こいつらが1ポリゴンずつもバラバラになってるということで、これをね、くっつける方法があって、フェイスを選んで、コントロールキーを押しながら、次のやつを押す。すると、ここが勝手にくっつくんですね。で、そのままコントロールキーを押しながら、こうやって次のやつをクリックしていくと、こんな感じでくっついていってくれるんで、で、くっついたら、またね、これ回そうとしたらこうなっちゃうんで、で、このままグループ化すると、勝手に UV 変えちゃうんですね。なので、このコンバートマニュアルってやつを押していただいて、で、曲げると。で、ここに持ってくるかですね。これで回転をゼロにすれば閉じるの。これで完成かな。で、モデリングやめたいときは、プロビルダー閉じていただければ、いつものモードに戻るんで。で、まあ、ここでアニメーションとかつけていただければ、赤アニメーションをね、作れるんで。基本的にはこんな感じですね。ツールでプロビルダーウィンドウを出して、ニューシェイプでプリミティブ出して、それをいじっていって。で、モデルできたら、マテリアルエディターでマテリアル設定して、UV エディターで UV を調整すると。この流れですね。できることが少ない分、習得もすごく簡単なので、まあ、モデリングやったことないという方とか、あと、ブレンダーチャレンジだけど挫折しちゃったという方はですね、ぜひこのプロビルダー挑戦してみていただければと思います。はい、ということで、今回はプロビルダーの使い方を解説しました。参考になったようでしたら、ぜひ高評価、チャンネル登録よろしくお願いします。基本的にはオブジェクトとか背景だけなんですね。骨を入れたりとかできないので、キャラクターとかは作れないんですけど、こういう簡単なオブジェクトとかですね、コインとか、あるとか、キワとかね。そんなんだったら、まあ、いちいちブレンダー起動したりするより、こっちで作った方が簡単だったりするんで。また背景
で、 何にすればいいのかな。認識を0に実行すると、自分のモデルからシミュラリティイベントにつなげないといけないですね、これ。暗くなったね、オッケーオッケー。今ちょっと明るくして見えるようにノンシャドウとして、あとは謎解きを作っていく。 んんあれ、ピーチャンってそんなんだったっけ？あれ、ピーチャンってそんなんだったっけ？どんな、どんな謎解きにしよう。なんかいいのあるかな？え うん。どうしよう。 メジクライナーもないし、リジットボディもなかったね。こういうキューブでも、プロビルダー使うと、ちょっと工夫できるんだよね。ビルドして、とりあえず見えるようにするか。どこにある？ここにある。 とりあえずこいつを、もう足場の方を捕食して、で、前に裏で、一応階段が登れるかも確認しとこう。40だときついかな。置いて、ここにこぐちょうど同じぐらいのことでジャンプして、届くみたいな感じ。そして形が出来上がってきている。いいよ。で、これで、いけるような足場の幅と、これと一緒にじゃあ、乗る場所を作っとこう。これが あと、マテリアルはこのコピーしたいけど、これあるこれのマテリアルは、ライトグレイメタル。メタルこれメタルなの？
う
よし。
シェって言うんだよ。それは大変だな。ほんと自分の考えばっか押し付けてきやがって。ナポレオン・ボナパルト勝ってんね。世界史選択した方がいいね。ナポレオンの人格とファミリーネーム知ってるやつは多分世界史選択した方がいい。しかも俺の意見を全部遮断してくんの。ベルリンの壁やろう。世界史選択した方がいいね。意見の対立をベルリンの壁に例えるやつは間違いなく世界史選択した方がいい。で、どうなりそうな？いやー、俺も先生。
階段登るのが無理だね。重さを変えよう。これだけ100円。あ、どっちも100か、これ。90にしてみよう。
参考にしました。ありがとう。感謝です。口を回答して、その小ささを隠しきれてない。口を不安がうざいってやつを先生に今後は周りを気にかけない配慮ある言葉遣いにしてやって、他人と近いからいつも自分にそこまで気にするのは間違いない。なんで俺が叩いてるのか知らない。健康にするって両親のおかげを送るみたいな。成功者がごつい渋い顔で見せるなんて、俺が知ったら親孝行できたらって見せるし、ご両親が亡くなった人、あげてるやつら知ってる。でもあの時代、勉強会やるの、両親のこと、こいつが向けの関係選択なんですよ。関係者を俺だけ満点。関係者。
で、ウェブズゲームズ7級だし。なんか、レクソーコか。 これはどうすりゃいいんだい？0に配置して、これが来た。で、そしたら、まずマテリアルで、さっきのやつ使って、まずこっちやね。で、ここまで来た。で、この後どうするかな。してさ、作れ。 で、この後は、どうすりゃいいのかっていう、どうすりゃいいんだろう。一箇所になるべく長い時間いさせるっていうのもありだから、これで僕にもうちょいパズル作って、で、こっちに持ってこさせるっていう使い方もできる。なら最初の部屋にいろいろな武器つなげて、完結させるってやり方もできるなぁ。なんかそういうやつあったよね。いい。一番いい。坂だったらここ一方通行にするもんな。 だから、これをするには、どうすればいいかな。 う。